Okay, if Collins is not back. Okay, quickly, can you take the citation quickly so I introduce Mr. Azuka for him to take off with his lectures?
Okay, fine. I'll be very short. I don't want to read all the things about Azuka because Azuka is a man of many parts. I know that a lot of people say Azuka as an engineer, but Azuka is not an engineer. Azuka actually grew to understand one of the things he will always ask in the FUTA Alumni Forum, FUTAites, what are you building? And I think that is the question that led Azuka into what he is doing today. Azuka graduated from FUTU in School of Science, microbiology, and over time, Azuka is also a musician. He sings, he's a chorister. And Azuka was actually the person that brought me into the choir as a drummer. I couldn't withstand the stress of the way he was always calling for choir practice. So I had to concentrate on my drama troupe. So he's a man of many parts. And over time, he has grown to become somebody who wants to build something. Azuka's passion for Nigeria is actually amazing. And
Collins.
okay. Sorry, as I was saying, I had to pause to ask them to reduce my background. And you know, a few months ago, he and his colleagues launched a Nigerian made vehicle design. And during the COVID, they also launched a test box. And so since then, Azuka has been producing and ideating a lot of fabrication and a lot of things that you would normally expect that somebody who is trained in China or trained in the US or trained in Europe will come down to do for us. So let me introduce you Azuka Ejekeye, who is about to tell us what it takes, you understand, to develop a nation, and that is craft to industry, and that is how China was able to get out of his own problem. So let me welcome Azuka Ejekeye to give us this wonderful tips, wonderful direction. And after that, we're going to have a conversation with him to look at how to run trainings to groom people from that stage, from craft to industry. Grooming people from craft to industry, it's not actually that they don't have the capacity, but they need to have the attitude. And that is what Azuka has continued to want to talk about, that the attitude needs to be there first before you even talk about wanting to use the energy to drive it. Welcome to the TMIT Series 5. Azuka Ejekeye. Thank you.
Okay, Collins, please, I need to share my screen. Can I have permission to share my screen?
Oh, definitely. You need to have that. You need to have that. Yeah.
In the meantime, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, great. I can share my screen now. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
I believe everybody can see. Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and you're all welcome.
You're welcome, sister.
Great. I want to thank the team of FUTA Alumni Lagos. I want to thank IHOB and everyone who has put together this fantastic program. I pray that we'll continue and just keep building what we're doing. I also want to thank every participant today, especially I can see a lot of my co-industry people who have taken time out of busy schedule to be here. So today we're talking about industry mainly. We're talking about industrial design. The topic has been chosen. A few words in the topic are very important: craft, industry, product, industrial design. All of those words seem to run around the things that are not happening in Nigeria. It is clear that the countries that have advanced in the world, there's a super connect between how they have taken their craft, moved it on into industry, and by design, they have come to know the world by giving the world products that solve problems. So today we will try to have a look at how these things happen, have an understanding of what industrial and product design is, and then begin to see in our various spaces that the various crafts that we know, especially the ones that are in our culture, how do we move them to industry that is unique to us and have things that we can sell to the world. One of the words also that is very key is technology. All of us, we seem to understand what technology really means. But to a wider variety of people, technology seems to be a buzzword. It seems to be some big, fantastic word that everybody just worries about and everybody is maybe even scared to talk about. But what is technology actually? Very simple. It is the science of craft. We all understand what craft means: weaving, carving, being able to do something with our hands. But technology as the science of craft from the Greek. And we can see one part of it says it's art, it's skill, it's cunning of hand. And another part is logic. So it is the sum of techniques, skills, methods, and processes used in the production of goods and services, or in the accomplishment of objectives such as scientific investigation. Again, technology can be the knowledge of techniques, processes, and the like, or it can be embedded in machines to allow for operation without detailed knowledge of their working. So we say that the word technology is not that it must be a mobile phone level technology. It must be spacecraft level technology. It must be something that, no. In our various cultures, in our various communities, we have been using technology for quite a while, but it's what have we done with it? We'll move forward and just a second. Now, when people use technology, I think my system is pulling. When people use technology, they come up with certain things. They come up with products. And when you come up with a product, you end up applying for a patent in countries where they respect people's work and people's technology. Here is an infographic, I think it's about 3 minutes long, that is going to show us the countries, the top patent applying countries in the world, which means they are the countries that are making things. I will reduce the volume so that it won't be too loud. Okay, so here we go. Not playing. Okay, my video seems not to be playing. Why? 1 second, please. Okay. So even technology is letting us down. I am using an Apple and it's hanging like this. I can imagine if I was using a Windows system. Please bear with me. I tested this video, all the videos, and I'm surprised it's not running. I just want to go out of full screen mode, and we will be so. Okay, I'm having a problem with this video, and that's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. We'll come back to that video. I'll probably play it from another source. The video is supposed to show us the countries that are top patent applying countries in the world. And it comes because they have applied technology. But we'll come back to that later. I don't know why it's not. So we'll jump that and I'll come back to it later. But here is what we want to achieve today. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
go ahead.
can hear you, sir. Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, good. So here's what we want to achieve today. We want to try and illumination on the knowledge area of industrial and product design. Now, we also want today that all participants will realize how poorly we have performed as Nigerians in making the products that we consume. We were not always like this. There was a time we used to make things, and not even only the modern time, even way back, we will see that we used to actually make quite a lot of things as Africans. So we want to see that and probably get a little bit angry. We also want to galvanize us all to take personal responsibility. We need to stop pointing the finger. It is painstaking work, yes, but we have to each do it. And then hopefully we can all come together and take collective actions to reverse our current trajectory. So here's one of my best descriptions. I always say that people live by products. Products are made by industry. Industry comes from competence. Competence comes from the sufficiency of knowledge and skill, which is craft. And knowledge and skill come from training, education, and mentorship. This is a personal saying, and the area I focus on most when I make this saying is actually on education, mentorship, and training. Because you see, here, it's not for want of education. I think Nigeria graduates over 500,000 graduates every year. So it's not for want of it. We have universities all over the place. We have secondary schools and we have post-secondary schools. I think the question we need to be asking today is, what is the purpose of education? Why the education that we take or that we give? What has happened to mentorship? So I have to apologize. I think it's taking me off, but I'm back again. So that competence engenders things. People who make what they consume have very high self-esteem. They have very high self-esteem. So we need to build our self-esteem from the things that we use our hands to do, so that when we talk, we'll be talking from a place of knowledge, which will come from the right education, the right training, and the right mentorship. This is a very dicey area you know. Okay, before we get to that, so like I said, we're talking a lot about design. We'll focus on industrial design, but really, what is design? Do we have an understanding of what design is? Design, for those who have practiced it, know that it's a combination of the form, the function, and the emotion of a product. I've added the environment because these days we talk about sustainability and all of those things, but we'll leave that out. So design is form, function, and emotion, all in a product. But what is that? What does that mean? I always go back to the origin of the word. It helps me to really understand what the original people were trying to describe. It's a to Latin, and it's meant to, mark out something, an identifying mark. But and it became a scheme or a plan in the mind. So designers see things in their mind, which is why designers can create a product that even the consumer does not know he needs. But the designer is trained to see things in his mind. People are always at the core of what a designer does. Everything a designer is doing is focused towards the user. It is from there, in understanding the user, in understanding what activities the user goes into, in understanding the psychological part of the user. That's the core of a designer's work. He's totally focused on the user. And then in understanding a product and a service, just a quick differentiation. The product is a means to achieving a service, while the service is an objective. When we want to use our mobile phone, we know that the service we want to achieve is communication, to talk. But the mobile phone is a product. But as a service, if you go to a restaurant, the objective is to feed you. So that's the basic difference between a product and a service. Right? We go from there into something that is sometimes confusing, but shouldn't be. It is very difficult to explain the difference if you can use the word difference between design and engineering. It's a very difficult thing to do, but we'll try to explain it again from the perspective of the user for design and qualities for engineering. We say that what is or is not designed is found in the purpose of the process. The purpose of something or the process in which you do it is what differentiates whether it is designing or whether it is engineering. And like I said earlier, the ultimate objective of design is the user. The person who's going to use that product is the objective. However, in engineering, the ultimate objective of engineering is in the qualities and characteristics and specifications of that stuff. Again, design embodies all of this, especially industrial or product design. Because as a product designer, you must then understand what qualities you want to put into the product. You cannot focus on the user only. You even bring in those qualities in. So that's just trying to give us an understanding of design and engineering so that there won't be a confusion. I want to also mention something here, and I left it to this slide. Design is a cultural act of meaning making. I want everyone to really think about this in your spare time, because as we go more into design, you begin to understand that the relationship between culture and design is so deep. So deep. It's almost as if you cannot have design and leave out culture. It is very, very, very deep. Design is a cultural act of meaning making. Design makes meaning. Design is an action, and design is linked to culture. Now, industrial design, which is what we're really talking about today. But there's also art. when you talk to the people in the design world, they will tell you that art is the highest form of design. In fact, when I heard this much earlier in my journey, it, it, it left a mark on me because the culture from which I'm coming is a culture where art is part of everything. The African religion, for example, symbols and objects are what they use in African religion. You can see art in that. There's always imagery. And yet we now hear that design, that art is the highest form of design. Doesn't that mean that for a long time, Africa has been at the highest level of design? Because we are naturally artists. All the substances that we have around us, wood, we always make an object out of wood, but we will always put art in it. Think of the stools in Igbo land. Think of the water pots with all the imageries on it. In fact, Ladi Kwali is probably the only Nigerian product maker that has been on the Naira currency. I think she was on the 20 Naira currency. She used to do pottery. And then industrial design, just like the name is, industrial design is designed for industry. It means that where there is no industry, the industrial designer has no job. But here is the thing. Industry begets design. Industry begets design. It is industry and industrial activity that gives birth to design. The more industry, the more industrial design, the more product design. So it is industry that begets design. So one of the reasons why industrial design and product design keeps eluding us here is because we don't have industry. And the industries that we had, that all of us met, we've all moved into Lagos life, and we've forgotten that those industries that we have, textile weaving, pottery, wood works, we had wooden combs, tools. Those industries, we've all left them behind. Therefore, there's no design. Think of the boats that the fishermen use in the village. A woodcarver makes those boats for the fishing industry. But here we are in Nigeria, we probably don't even have one boat that we have made for the waterways in Lagos. You know, we'll move on. I already talked about art and the fact that art is natural to us. And you really don't need to train art. We've seen prodigies, artists who are born, and from the day they are born, they can paint, they can sing, they can compose music, they can draw, they can play with color. So art does not necessarily have to be trained. In fact, in all my work, I'm beginning to ask myself, why do people go to university to go and read finance? Maybe in Africa, we don't even need that. But that's a discussion for another day. But industrial design, on the other hand, is a profession that must be trained. Like I said, industry begets design. Industrial design is for industry. If you're not trained, you cannot deliver industrial design because that training has to be there. We continue to talk about design, and all of the things that we're realizing is that there is so much that has happened that if we go back to our history, we will really start some of the things that have happened in our past. Today in Europe, you have galleries with African artwork everywhere. When you read, you will hear the Europeans say that they took those things to preserve those things for the good of the world. Very funny, right? But here's the thing. The art that the Europeans took from Africa, believe it or not, taught them how to design. If you look at history before Europeans came to Africa, Their design was a particular way. It didn't have the color, it didn't have the movement, it didn't have the language, it didn't have the communication, it didn't have the aesthetics that we know is natural to Africa. So, because they are a very highly thinking people, they moved all of the arts. They could see already when they came here that this was probably the highest level of human thinking. And they moved all of those arts. And today they educate all their children using the arts and design that was taken from Africa. In fact, the Benin Kingdom pioneered the smelting of copper and zinc ore in the 10th century, which is why the Oba of Benin remains one of the greatest men to use industrial and product design. All of that brass work, all those heads, all those, the festac, mask, and all of that work is something the Benin people have done for centuries. Benin's role in pioneering the appreciation of metal usage, such as bronze and copper, as a means of art, have set a strong influence on European structural practice. I encourage everyone to go and research this. And then we will begin to take steps backwards to realize that the things we have left behind and focusing on, I mean, it's like that case of waiting they find go Sokoto, they inside your Sokoto. We have so much that we've left behind. And I'm sure they laugh at us and they're like, look at this foolish people. They have everything, yet they don't know they have it. So design has always been part of it. And industrial design has also been. Here is an image describing the Great Wall of Benin that was destroyed. Again, go back to history and let everyone read it. It was 16,000 kilometers in length and second only to the Great Wall of China, which is about 21,000 kilometers. It was tall. It was the largest man-made earth structure. The largest man-made earth structure before industrialization. Benin was a force in technology. The city was destroyed by the British in 1897. We'll go further and see that I'm going to come back. This is a drawing of Benin by a British officer in 1897. Please, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Can we compare what we have now to this? Any of our cities? Even Abuja, with all of the money we have pumped in there, look at Benin 1897, as drawn by a British officer. And this Benin had that wall. You can imagine the technology that went into that. And the design, it is a designed city. So Benin in 1897 already had the features of a city. The Guinness Book of Records, the 1974 edition, described the walls of Benin City and its surrounding kingdom. It was one of the first cities to have a semblance of street lighting with huge metal lamps, many feet high, built and placed around the city. Please take note of street lighting, metal lamps, products. The Oba of Benin was one of the first. In fact, I think in the design world, in industrial design world, where they really teach the truth, I think the Oba of Benin was really the first person to utilize industrial products. Like, there were metal lamps. There was from Africa taught Europeans how to design. I've said that already. It is for us to go and research. And this education we haven't given to our children. We haven't consumed. I went through all of school believing that, I went through all of school believing that everything was Europe, everything was America, but here we are. 20 years later, finding out that virtually everything they know, they learned because they came to Africa. Okay, so now let's really start the topic. let's go a bit technical because I've spoken of our past and the fact that we have such a rich use of design. So let's focus on today and not be crying over stuff, because from here on, we'll be asking ourselves now, what do we do about the situation? So industrial design, like I said earlier, is a profession. It's the creation and development of concepts and specifications that optimize the function, value, and appearance of products and systems for the mutual benefit of both the user and the manufacturer. The user and the manufacturer. I said earlier, industry begets design. So industrial design is critical to society because the user, the people, the manufacturer, the man who makes the things that the people use. Industrial design is that. And what is that purpose? The purpose of industrial designers is to develop and prepare products for manufacture. Very simple. It sounds simple, but the actual doing is a totally different ballgame. Industrial designers are particularly concerned with those aspects of products that relate to humans' usage and behavior and product appeal. Of course, industrial designers are also known as product designers. So I will interchange that use as I talk. They are both same. An industrial designer is a product designer, and a product designer is an industrial designer. So design, like we can see now, delivers a holistic and realistic solution to a need. All of our needs are solved by design. And there is more to the success of a product than its form and its function, how it looks and how it works. We go back again and talk about the 18th and 19th century, which saw a very rapid development in technology. That was the Industrial Revolution. And starting in Europe, major development transformed a wide range of industries. Remember, we just talked about how the Europeans learned design and industrial design and where they got it from. And the question I now ask myself is, why does industry keep eluding my country, my continent? The industrial activity in the world, Africa, I don't even know what Africa contributes. I don't have that figure. Why is industry eluding us when we know that industry, manufacturers make the products that we use? And we will go further and talk about how that is linked to the economy, but let's continue. So like I said, more than 500,000 graduates annually in Nigeria. In fact, STAIRS wrote an article, Nigerians are educated and jobless. If you take that note of this, you will read it, especially when they did that employment thing in the stadium and there was that crisis. It showed that there were so many educated Nigerians, yet they are jobless. So what's the purpose of the education? If the man who has been educated cannot use that education to do something, cannot use his education to make something, cannot use his education to better his society, what's the education for? That's a question we really have to answer. We continue with product design. Of course, the designing goes into production. It is clear now that the product design objective is to focus on production. And like the discussions I've had, especially I had a discussion with Colin, we realize how everybody knows that every country wants to build consumption. In fact, China grew in such a very funny way that it kept producing and building consumption for export that it didn't even have internal consumption of its own products. Only until recently did China now have a state policy to try and raise consumption within China of Chinese products. America is all about consumption. Every day, if Apple is going to launch something new, everybody's going to queue up. Finance is going to be made available, or rather credit. You know, consumption, because consumption keeps industry going, keeps production going. However, this is where the thing begins to get very funny. There's a book, and it's available for free download. I encourage everyone to try and read it. It's not very interesting to read. It's called The Dual Mandate of Britain in Sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, these guys are so blatant, they put it in a book. Like they say, you want to hide something from the black man, put it in a book. Lord Lugard actually wrote a book in 1914 saying that the first reason Britain came to Africa is to have a source, probably an internal source, for all the raw materials required by British industry. That the second reason is to have a readily available consumptive market, which means the fact that we don't produce, the fact that we don't make anything is probably designed into our education because the British handed it over to us. So that when they come here and take our raw materials for 1 kobo, they take it to industry where they have been taught how to manufacture and how to use industrial design. That they would have a ready 200 million people who will consume those things and keep the British young men employed and the Nigerian young men unemployed. Ladies and gentlemen, the book is available, it's free download. You then talk about consumerism. So consumption and consumerism, are they the same? Definitely not. Because consumption is a behavior, is an act. It's just something you do, you can stop consuming. But consumerism is an ideology, it's psychological, it's an ideology, it's built almost into the system such that the person just believes that someone else is going to do everything for him. The majority of Nigeria suffers a disease of consumerism. As sad as it is, that's the truth. Will we reverse it? That's the question. Okay, I hope the video plays this time. So this is, okay, something is wrong. I'm going to plead that I do something to this because the videos must play. 1 second, please. I want to get the videos because I have them. So we're going to look at the videos using a different system. Since we're having a problem playing the videos from the, what about this, everybody? Oh. Can everybody see this? Can we see
Not yet. We can't. No, we can't say it yet.
Hello?
Yes, I said we can't see it yet. We can't see the video yet.
Okay, I am back. Hello? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your
Not
screen.
hearing
Yes, we
anyone.
can.
Okay,
It's not playing yet.
great. So This
Okay.
video please take note of the years 1982. You will see that in the 1980s, Japan had more industrial design applications than EU and Northern America combined. So while South Africa will jump in, jump out, aside from South Africa, no African country. Japan kept leading the world, and in the 90s, Asia contributed more half of the world's industrial design, led by Japan.
Mr. Azuka, I can't hear you again.
I'm in the office. No, I am in a conference. I'm doing a Zoom call. So I called you earlier.
We want to apologize for the break in transmission. I think our speaker is trying to get on back with the challenges of his network. Please bear with us while we rectify this.
Nigeria Limited is an indigenous company headquartered in Port Harcourt. We are into a whole lot of services. We render services such as mud logging and drilling support, NDT and inspection, QAQC.
I am back.
We have developed or built capacity to deliver these services over a 20-year period. They are all high-end.
They can quickly continue the presentation.
The ability to speed in delivery of the service.
We are actually pushing inwards in the oil and gas sector of the Nigerian economy. We just finished recently a job with Shell with a lot of recommendations.
The conference has been an ample opportunity for us to showcase what we have and also show others what we are capable of offering in areas of inspection and testing, and as well as mud logging services.
Okay, so I am back. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with Swift. It keeps going on and off. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can hear you better now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. Sorry about that. So we continue. Sharing my screen again. So we just saw that video for industrial design by country, and then we'll move on. Network is crazy. Sorry, my system seems to be spooling again. It's quite a heavy PowerPoint file. Okay. So having seen that video, we've seen what that by 2017, 83% of world industrial design was from China. 83%. Now we see what that on X. Great, I think this is going to play. So let's try this out. Play. Let me look for the video from the system. The video we're going to see is an infographic of countries by X. Second, please. Technology is letting me down in all aspects, both in terms of where are my videos. I probably should have spoken to Rex before. If I had spoken to Rex, I'm sure I would have, this big problem will not happen. So we're supposed to see a video of the top exporting countries in the world and the relationship between that and industrial design. Can I ask the host to give me a 3-minute break. I want to move all the videos into the folder, and I'll be right back. And I ask that.
That's fine, Azuka. Moses, I think you should get the team at the back end for a break.
Okay, and as well,
Are we together?
he can share the video for somebody to support in case his network is not able to play the videos simultaneously. So you can share the file of the
3 minutes.
video to either the host or the chairman so that while your network is,
Okay,
you can play the video for the audience as you demand.
all right, thank you. In 3 minutes, I'll be right back. Unbelievable.
Constantly changing technology offers limitless possibilities and risk in quality of business decisions. Trusted insights are required for best results. We're proud of our clients and what we have achieved with them. We also believe our clients are proud of us. We are General Marine and All Services Limited. Our partner is called MO Services. We inspect, we assure, and we certify. What we do: inspection. We have eyes for details. Deep to find the facts using the best observatory tools and techniques. Assurance. Our word is our bond. At GMO, we use the best judgment from facts to guide our clients with the best decisions. We do this with professionalism, and our clients believe us. Certification. Our signature is golden. When we issue a certificate, we mean it. Our inspection and assurance activities are certified through value. Our range of services include product inspection, quality testing, cargo inspection, technical inspection, environmental services, and management. We deploy our specialized skills to accomplish safe operation and excellence in services to the advantage of our clients. General Marine and All Services Limited, GMO, is an emerging leader in inspection, assurance and certification services. For inquiries, visit us at 2 Whole Lane GRA at Papa, Lagos, Nigeria, or call 070-9811-9427 or 070-9811 www.gmo.com.ng. GMO, constantly changing technology.
Always my one true friend, and I love you too. Life sweet as I love you tonight. I know this world that we live in can be hard now and it will be many times in time. Still love has kept us together, for the flame never dies when I love.
Constantly changing technology offers limitless possibilities and risk in quality of business decisions. Trusted insights are required for best results. We're proud of our clients and what we have achieved with them. We also believe our clients are proud of us. We are General Marine and All Services Limited. Our partner is called MO Services.
We inspect, we assure, and we certify. What we do. Inspection. We have eyes for details. We look deep to find the facts using the best of military tools and techniques. Assurance. Our word is our bond. At GMO, we use the best judgment from facts to guide our clients with the best decisions. We do this with professionalism, and our clients believe us. Certification. Our signature is golden. When we issue a certificate, we mean it. Our inspection and assurance activities are certified true value. Our range of services include product inspection, lab and quality testing, cargo inspection, technical inspection, environmental services, warehouse management. We deploy our specialized skills to accomplish safe operation and excellence in services to the advantage of our clients. General Marine and Oil Services Limited, GMO, is an emerging leader in inspection, assurance, and certification services. For inquiries, visit us at 2 Home Lane GRA, Papa, Lagos, Nigeria, or call 070-9811-9427 or 070-9811-9422 or email info@gmo.com.ng or visit our website www.gmo.com.ng. GMO, constantly changing technology.
Life I've always wanted, guess I've never had. I'll be working for somebody else until I'm in my grave. I'll be dreaming of a life of peace and mountains, oh, mountains of time. Have a big expensive car, drag my furs on the ground. Have a big passenger to bring me anytime. Everyone will look at me with envy and with greed. I'll revel in their attention and mountains, oh mountains. We are one big family, soulmates family. Together, we will.
You see my screen?
We are rich, our resilience, our integrity, consistency, humility, soulmates, like soul care. Working together, winning together, sharing together, that's our family. Working together, winning together, sharing together, that's our
I am ready.
Your look changes when you find your soulmate.
Okay, good. Okay, this is for industrial design. So we're going to see Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can.
So now, so now I have all the videos in one folder. Now we're going to see the top countries by export. This video goes. Good. Thank you. And there we go. And then I'm going to share my screen just now. So I want to share the screen for the video. Quick time. There we go. We're back, guys. Technology. So this is for export. By 2010, mainland China surpassed Germany in exports. By 2013,
Guy, why are you doing this? Go straight to the point. My battery is dying.
so that gives you clear idea. The PowerPoint seems to be. So this is what the world is likely going to look like in 2030. The top of the world will likely look like this. As you can see, China is a whopping 64 trillion. India 46. America is just about less than half the size of China. 2030 is 10 years away, ladies and gentlemen. Egypt is there as a 7. I think in some other infographic, you will see Nigeria at about 2030 or 2035 projected to be at probably number 17 or thereabouts in the world. Now, all of what we've seen thus far from export and the link to industrial design and manufacturing, the question is, as we are today, post-COVID, post-EndSARS, are we in any way heading towards being among the top 20 economies in the world? It's a question that we have to answer. If we look at this chart, here's the continental shift of the world's biggest economy. Again, saying some of the things that we've already said. You can see the US has always been there, but look at China. In 1992, just 1992 here, look at China. And in 2008, China was already 3rd. And today, China and America are right up there. America is still the biggest economy in the world, I think. But 2024, this chart is saying China is going to be top. And there is no African country here in 2024. Is this one going to play? Okay, this one. So we're going to go back to our video. Why did I click it? I shouldn't have clicked it. I think the file is just too heavy. We'll go back and see the gross domestic products for countries by GDP projection. This is an interesting one to watch. Very interesting. Oh, no, sorry, I need to close this. I need to close this. This, we need to pay this. Why am I using DLC? Okay, that's what happened. This chart starts from 1804. You will see Nigeria on this chart. That's what makes it interesting. You will see Nigeria on this chart. The things I was saying about the Oba of Benin and all of that. You can see where Nigeria is. 1814, 1815. Sorry, the sound is a bit warped, but look at Nigeria. 1820 and contributed over 90% of 50% of what GDP. But Nigeria was in top 20. And Nigeria is still there, 1840. Remember the pictures of Benin. (1850), Nigeria is still there. And something happened.
family. Soulmates family. Together we ride. Together we win. We are rich. Our rich humility. Soulmates. Healthcare like soulmates. Walking together, winning together, sharing together. That's our family. Walking together, winning together, sharing together. That's our family. Soulmates, healthcare like soulmates.
Your look changes when you find your soulmate.
Okay, go ahead, Azuka. I think it's free. Yeah, I'm sure the network is frustrating your efforts now. I think we'll just leave the videos. We'll just leave the videos and let's move on to craft to industry. I'm sure a lot of people want to understand the tips on how to engage that particular behavior and that particular activity. I'm sure that the history is enough to change our attitude to a lot of things, especially the fact that some of the things that we think that we are originated from Europe, they are actually inspired from Africa.
I am back.
Yes, I can see your back, Azuka. So let's see how we can get into the tips and the behaviors that will drive our people to move from craft to industry.
Today is not a great hour.
Yes, of course, it is expected. No doubt.
Okay, so we'll leave those videos. I think we've gotten the drift of it. So, gentlemen, you can see my.
Azuka, you're out again. Okay, I think Azuka is having a lot of struggle with network, and he's going to come back in so that he can round off on some of the basic tips on craft to industry. I think that is the beauty of what we are gathered here to listen to, and the what history that Azuka has given is very important. Believe me, in the next 5 hours will not be enough to talk about the beauty of what this topic is about. When we spoke privately, it took us about 1.5 hours on the phone, having a conversation on all of this, including the history of it. So when Azuka comes back and stabilizes, he's going to be telling our people and everyone participating how and what behaviors is required for us to move from craft to industry. I'm sure that is going to be the icing on the cake for all of us. Is Azuka back? So before that, before Azuka comes in, is there anybody that would like to quickly say something or quickly ask a question that will be kept for Azuka to answer? Dara, we need to mute you. Dara Nadi. Okay. So Azuka, you need to hold on. I see that Ben or Diakose is raising his hands. Ben, can you unmute yourself and say something?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me over there?
Good evening, Ben.
Okay, great presentation.
Yes, of
Though
course we
network
can.
and the rest of it. So, real quick, I saw the trend, the video you shared about exports and how China rose from being like beyond top 10 to become the world exporting empire from that chart. So, the real question: how do in Nigeria work on our manufacturing in such a way that we can produce at the same efficiency, at the same level of efficiency? Because he's been talking about production, but at the end of production is manufacturing, because you have to manufacture what you've produced, and that's the part that China has really been proficient in. So how do we, after the design phase, move to the manufacturing phase where we can actually be competitive or make competitive products that can really compete with products from the rest of the world?
Okay, great. I don't know if let me see. Okay, Azuka is not back. I'm going to keep that question ready for him. But I'm very sure that the reasons why this topic is stated is to talk about how to move from craft to industry, which is actually one of the ways that China took over the global business of exporting what they have moved from craft to their industry and then to the world. So when Azuka comes in, we're going to make him begin to talk about that rather than continue with the slides that he is struggling to put forward to us. I see that Dara Nadi is raising his hands too. Dara, can you also unmute yourself and
Thank you very much. I want to thank Azoka and all of you for bringing this up. Actually, looking at some of the slides that Azoka presented, something gives me concern here. The topmost countries that manufacture and export, particularly those tending towards 2024, I discovered that they are the ones that import most.
Okay, Nadi, you're having background noise. That's why I muted you. Can you manage the background noise and then unmute yourself again?
Doing now. Is it better now?
I think it's better.
Is it better now?
It's better.
Okay. I was saying that going by the slides Azuka shared, I discovered that those countries that export most, that export most to across the world, particularly tending towards 2024, are the ones that import raw materials more from Africa, particularly Nigeria. And it is something that I will want us to explore. I work with Nigerian Customs Service, and I know that these countries are the ones, India, China, and US, import most of our raw materials, particularly agro raw materials. And it is something that I want us to look into going forward. That's just the little contribution I want to make for now.
Thank you so much, Dara Nadi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dara Nadi. I will also not mind to have your contact so that we will also need to have a presentation on some of the export and import knowledge and activities for our people to begin to understand how these things happen, especially the AFCTA, so that our people also will know how to explore the African or West African markets. You understand? Nigeria is big enough to have all these markets and to own all of all these markets. If the trade policies and trade activities are understood by our people, so this will be a wonderful activity, wonderful knowledge that we would like to have. Azuka is back. Azuka, there are two questions. There is a question on ground and there's also an input. And what this means is that you need to quickly move fast into craft to industry so that people will begin to understand how Nigeria can move up the graph as well, because how China was able to move up the graph and how Japan was able to move up the graph. So we need to understand how we also need to move up the graph. So what Ben Odiakose was asking was that how were these other countries able to move up the graph? What did they do that Nigeria needs to do to move up the graph? That's what Ben Odiakose asked when you were away. And Dera Nadi gave an insight saying that he found out that the countries that we are taking a lot of raw materials from Nigeria are the ones he saw that we are moving up the graph, especially the Asian countries. Now, he made a point that he gave an insight. He made him understood that this is what is happening. So it adds up to what Ben is saying. How can we move up this graph as a country, understand, or as a continent? So that is up to you, Azuka.
Okay, I'm glad I'm back. Sorry about this. Obviously, Swift is not doing me well today. In fact, right now I'm both on my phone and on my laptop. So I'm using my phone. I can see myself, and I'm using the laptop. I think I can manage it better that way. I heard those two questions, and the truth is this: whether we keep going back to this discussion of production efficiency, it has to come from a position of deciding to reverse the trend. There is this thing I always hear. Some people will say, don't reinvent the wheel. That since China manufactures, it is clear. It is not reinventing the wheel. It is life and death.
Okay, Azuka, you can turn off your video so that you will use less of your internet bandwidth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think I can do that. Yeah, good. So, this is life and death. For example, I will continue from where I am. Can you see me?
Yes, yes, you have to click stop video.
I think that's on my.
You have to go down. It's down on your laptop or your.
No, don't worry. I will.
I'm not sure. From the screen, you're using your.
I'm on two devices. Don't worry.
Yeah, the video
don't
is
worry,
on your laptop.
The one on my laptop, the video is off. So we'll just
you need to go down left. Down left.
Yeah.
Go down. Good.
We're good, right?
So, yeah, we're good.
So this is a matter of life and death. All of this thing, again, I go back to the education. For some reason, we have lost the drive to start again. Whether it is because the financial sector is there and has been wired in a particular way, whether it is because our education keeps telling us and giving us all of these reasons why we can't start again. Let me give you a typical example. I went yesterday, sorry, it's Friday. I went yesterday to buy plywood, only to discover that plywood that used to come to Nigeria at a thickness of 18 millimeters is currently at 14. It used to be at 17, we were complaining. It is currently at 14. We are not in control of anything. Meanwhile, we have a factory that is supposed to manufacture plywood in Sapele, I don't know the state it is now, but I know that in the 80s, a lot of those things existed. So the plywood that I am buying, that is 14 mm, the wood is taken from Ogun State here and Ondo State and from Delta State. We see the trucks moving the wood. Ogadera would verify how it is shipped out of the country, only to now come back as plywood that we are not using. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Look at this page that I showed. Water. Today we are drinking water out of sachet, nylon. But we created a water drinking system with products. Is it not possible that we can have a segment of society that still drinks water out of clay pots?
Azuka,
The whole country is now drinking water out of.
Azuka, we still have people drinking water out of clay pot in Dakitakwas.
Hold on, Colin. Hold on, Colin. Do you know, and you know because you're a scientist, the carcinogenic factor of drinking it out of a nylon?
Of
That's
course.
poor design. That's very poor design. But our traditionally designed water drinking products, for some reason, we have been educated. If today we start making clay pots again, will everybody on this discussion buy them? Yes, we are drinking carcinogenic water. Let me move further. I want to, because of where we have gotten to, I won't even talk about design function. We can always come back to all of this later. I want to show you a picture. Please look at this picture carefully. Moi moi is something we all eat. It was handed over to us with the right packaging that came from our system. The food is well designed, fantastic food. I've never eaten anything like moi moi except in Nigeria. The plant that makes this leaf, that is now used as the packaging for the moi moi. But look at the images below. We've gone from a very healthy packaging, the product properly designed, properly made. Because of the education we've gotten, we are going and putting it into things that are giving us cancer. Aluminum foil, nylon, plastic plate, plastic cup. The plastic cup is even in front of a microwave. We need to restart. The good thing is that we have a very high level of education. So we have to come from there and begin to ask ourselves questions. What's the purpose of that education? How do you take a well-packaged product handed over to us by our forefathers, well-researched, well-developed, and put it into such terrible packaging that makes us sick? Like you can see, the lack of understanding of product design in current Nigerian culture is visibly disastrous. Again, design is a cultural act of meaning making. Your culture,
Azuka,
is a key part.
Azuka, hold on. Can I make this a bit interactive? Let me ask a question. Now, you are saying that because we need to do a design, we carry, by the time I am on the road in traffic, you understand, I'll wait for an 18 pot, somebody with 18 pots, buy that and start drinking from it in my car, or maybe I wait for a momo wrapped in leaf, you understand, and if I'm, let's say I know that my traffic is going to be like 3 hours and I have to eat before 7 or 8 o'clock, and I see only the one in plastic container, more. I wait until I see the one in what's it called, the leaf that can stain on my clothes. So now, what is that thing that China has done better that Ben is asking? What is that thing that they have done better? What is that craft they have moved to industry that we need to do? I'm trying to be interactive here, maybe on behalf of everybody. Understand? So let's in very maybe 1 minute or 30 seconds, we based on this, what do we do? How are we going to get around?
This is the answer to your question.
Good.
This is the answer to your question. A designed community. The fact that there is traffic, again, is a lack of design.
That's fine.
This is the answer to your question. Going and putting it inside aluminum foil or putting it inside sachet that gives you cancer, is that a solution?
Okay,
so
now Azuka, let me ask another question. I'm trying to I'm saying again that I also wanted us to try to be as interactive in this, because we have less than 10 to 15 minutes to round off the conversation around this, and maybe go into full interaction in another 10 minutes, and we'll close so that we don't take so much time. Now, I know that a lot of activities and a lot of conversation has gone around urban planning, especially by footwights. We have one footwight that has about 5 to 6 patents on geospatial systems, waste management, and GPIS. His name is Professor Theodor Onyeche. He's based in Germany. Now, I remember for a while that he asked for in Imo State, then later asked Futo to provide a facility for him, you understand, to set up the West African hub for GIS hub, Global Information Management System, that will help the planning transformation, or planning urban design transformation of the country, starting with the state, or starting with Futo itself and the state. But he never got that attention. Now, are we saying that if that attention does not come, you understand, we'll wait until that comes before we begin to take important actions to deal with some of these issues? So what would be the solution for us without being too frustrated with what the system is causing us?
Okay. I'm flipping through the presentation so that participants can follow the thinking, because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
You see, the question you asked, again, nothing is going to come from anywhere. Okay. Nothing is going to come from anywhere.
Azuka, hold on. I will ask you to wait. I see two people raising their hands. Sir Ndukwe Osoga Ajala is raising his hands, and Bernard Diakose is raising his hands too. So let's have them say something, then you can now react to it. Is that okay?
Yes.
That's fine. Okay. Sir Ndukwe, you can unmute. I've sent you a request to unmute.
Okay, Azuka, I'm very excited about this topic, and I wish we can schedule for another day so that everything will be put in place. And I would solicit the support of REST and Co. to make sure that nothing goes wrong when we schedule this topic, because we all need this to move forward. But having said that, I want to answer something. What is it that I want to answer? If you want to construct a road in your village and make it wide, I'm talking from experience, you should be willing to do the basic things. And it's by showing them what you want to achieve, by whatever means, cajoling them, begging them, maybe they will come to realize that, oh, he has a good idea. They will come back and support you. We have to move from point of discussing it and worrying about how it be done to point of starting off from somewhere and gradually move to that point where we want to achieve. Answering the first person's question, what does it take for us to continue to eat our mind from the leaf? if we make up our mind that this is the best we can have, the most hygienic and healthy way of eating our mind, we begin to look at better processes that can ensure that we continue to eat it from that source without tampering with the health of the thing and producing those leaves in large number. So the same thing applies to the water. If we design that the best water is the one that comes from the earth, which I still consider is the best. Even as a chemist, I still consider that as the best water. Collins will agree with me. Now, it is not our responsibility to look at, can we make something that exactly like the eating point that people can carry around and store in that manner? So there are many things we can do to achieve those results. No, instead of thinking that plastic will give us all the things, the result we want, just by focusing on what is right and improving on that thing that is right and multiplying that thing that is right, we will definitely achieve that result. That's my little submission.
Thank you so much, Azuka. You can see that there's a question or there's a friction that needs to be lubricated in this question. And that friction is that what are those bioremediated or bio components of packaging that we can use for moi and for also for waters and others? And people in the city or people around can also be able to, because the only reason why bottled water came out is for convenience. That's why. So how can people be convenient as they continue to live that up and going speedy lifestyle that the world is requiring of it? So let us have Ben or Diakose. Azuka, keep your answers in mind and be ready to address that. Let's have Ben or Diakose. After that, we'll have Chuki Francis Wobodo to make his own comment.
Thank you very much, Africa. Like you said, I strongly believe we need to go back to our processes. But there is a challenge. When we dropped from the Benin Empire photos you showed us, when we dropped these basic processes of how we used to design our products and took to the product of the West, they improved on their processes over time, and they've had more efficient processes. And that's why economically it makes more sense to make a wood in Nigeria, ship to the West, refine the wood or process the wood, and it still gets economically competitive in Nigeria. Now, the world we live in today is quite automated. Robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all these things are really driving cost of production down. Now, my question is, how do we make these same processes to be this same craft we've dropped over the years for centuries now? How do we go back, pick these processes, work on them, and be as competitive as China and the US and other places where the same products we compete with the Nigerian or Lagos market? How do we go back to this? I think this is the shift from craft industry, because if we must go back to our craft, it must make economic sense to everyone. Otherwise, we will not be in business. So how do we do it? What are the processes involved in doing this? I think it's more of what will be the end product of the design. If we design, we have to have a product in the end that we can take to market. How can we make that product with the same approach you've shared?
Thank you so much, Ben. Azuka, what Ben is asking is, how do we go about this? How do we become as competitive as China? I think, let me also give a bit of direction to Azuka while he's answering that. Azuka was trying to tell us something about consumerism and consumption. What he was trying to say is that, do we even need to compete with China? We already have a market. Nigeria is a big market, and the whole of West Africa is a big market. Why do we even need to compete with people when there is already a market that we can consolidate and provide services and products for? So the question is, what he's saying is that, why can't we come back and design, craft, and move to industry? So Azuka will be answering more of that when he comes back again. Then let us take the conversation from Chuki. Chuki, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay.
Chinedu, hold on. We can hear you. Hold on, Chinedu.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. In the first case, I am aware that China is reducing plastic from most of their food industry. Almost everything is now packaged in paper.
going to be a law very soon that they won't use plastic for anything anymore. It's just going to be paper. But going back to direction, I just want to make a suggestion. China did not get to where it was by accident. And if everybody is trying to make their way, we are going to be doing trial and error. It's not the way to go. We have a government. We have a government that's supposed to give you directions. And because nobody is giving a direction, our Igbo people have this saying. They say when you gather and peace in one particular place, you gather spoon. If everybody is doing their own thing separately, nothing really happens. So you need concerted effort. You need to pick a solution, pick a problem, work out the solution, or even create competitions. Because one of the biggest things in data science world right now is competitions. If you go to Kaggle, everybody is running a competition. The competitions sharpen the mindsets in that area. So if there's an industry where we think we're importing too much things, government could actually put up a competition to the universities and say, whoever comes up with a better solution, we do it this way. And once they've adopted that solution, they move forward towards it. That is my suggestion for moving forward. Thank you. Hello. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Yes,
Azuka, you can go ahead and see, give a response to this. I think those responses should be enough to round off and close for, so we can.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start from the last, which is Francis talking about government. I've gone to, I think this is the second to the last of my slides. There's so many other things that are not necessary. Government. My personal candid position is that there is no government here for the people. That's how I keep my sanity. There is no government here. In my personal understanding, my personal understanding is that government here is a band of guys who've gotten themselves together and they are just there. They are there. I don't get anything from them. I'm not expecting anything from them. The one I get, I use to the best of my ability. The one I don't get, I move on. That's how I keep my sanity. I also think that the word enabling, the phrase enabling environment, which every other Nigerian believes that government should give them, I don't agree. Because ab initio, I said, personally, I don't believe there's government here for me. So who am I now expecting to give me that enabling environment? Which means I had better find a way to enable my environment. Yes, somebody will say, but you don't have power. Well, I have to solve the problem. I have to think and solve the problem. I have to find partnerships and solve the problem. I have to come together and solve the problem. I have to find a way to do what I want to do without needing the kind of power that is dependent on government. So that's the first thing. Trying to beat a dead horse called government hasn't led me anywhere. So I don't even talk about it. And I will link that to Ben's point. Let me ask, I'm glad the point has already come from you that there's already a market here. But let me even add, using the same government, are you sure it is cheaper to ship from China today? Have you been to Apapa? Do you know how long people wait for a container to go from China to our waters? That's one journey. Then they will wait for the thing to get a rotation number. That's another story. Before it will birth. After birthing, God knows when they will offload from the ship. After you offload from the ship, then you start the real journey. When you now finish that, you now come out into the community to roads that don't exist. Is it really cheaper to ship everything from China? Of course, I know we can't make everything. But again, I link that part of my answer to them, that is it really cheaper to ship from China? Then, to that Ndukwe's point and asking how do we make this thing, it is down to exactly what Ndukwe is doing and what guys are doing. Ndukwe's product now is spread across the African continent and even beyond. If we sit him down to tell us what it has taken, we will not live in 1 week. That's what it is. It is industry. Look, when we all left university, we all wanted to work for Shell. We wanted to work for Ajib. We wanted to work for Unilever, Nigerian breweries. Fine. But how many of those jobs exist? That's point one. Point two is, why are we not heading towards industry? You made a point about the port, and who says that the port has to be the same way it was when it was given to us? Which is why I come back to the fact that our biggest problem is a lack of understanding of the place of design, and specifically industrial design. But if industry has not been set up, industrial design cannot work. Nigeria needs industry. The top of this, my slide says that Nigerians are the problem with Nigeria. The slide before, I showed a chart, my personal study. Nigeria is a geographical location, 24 hours, fantastic weather. You can manufacture 24 hours a day if you want. No natural disasters. All the gifts of God are here. So Nigeria is not the problem. We are the problem. Nigeria needs industry. What is industry? Why are we not somebody? Let me give an example. Everybody tells every other person that the textile industry is dead. Azuka says no. Azuka says that textile factories that were imported into Nigeria are dead. Because it was not an industry, they were just factories. When the people who were in the industry left, the factories closed down. However, the same textile Adire is still being produced till tomorrow. Ashoke is still being woven perfectly. The Anyoma people still do their aquacha. The Benue people and the TV people still do this. So what are we talking about? Which textile industry is dead? However, those of us who have gone to university and read textile technology, which technology are we technologizing if we have not gone back to take that science of craft, which is technology, the science of craft, into those industries? What those people need, the people within their culture, is they want to improve the process. Those of us that have gone to university, our work is to embed ourselves in their system, do the work of making small machines that improve the time they take. Instead of making 5 materials a month, we have to find a way to help them to make 5 a day. And if we don't design the simple machine, then we'll go to China and go to carry very expensive machines that when one dongle goes bad or one code virus enters it, the machine becomes useless. Rather than design something together, get a fabricator, get a mechanical engineer, get an industrial designer, design a machine that helps that woman that is weaving that cloth from 5 a month to 5 a day. Look at Aba and the shoe industry. For goodness sake, why is foreign shoes still coming into Nigeria? This point is simple. Foreign shoes can come into Nigeria because, in quotes, Aba cannot make enough. What does it take us? Those of us that read what we read in the education that we got, go back into Aba, create our own companies, and let our companies be companies that develop machines. How many mechanical engineers today design small machines for SMEs? So Nigeria needs industry. We are the ones who will create industry. Industry equals to job. Government knows nothing about industry. Don't kid yourself. Like I said,
We don't even, I'm not sure we really understand what industry means. Government doesn't know what industry means. Government will call crude oil a product. How can you call something you've taken from the ground a product? You've not added any value. Meanwhile, we've said that the product is focused on the user. If crude oil is a product, what can I do with crude oil? Nothing. Until you break it down through catalytic cracking or whatever it is called, and give me those products that are useful to me. Crude oil is not a product. Then they take crude oil and they put it in our GDP. GDP that is supposed to be gross domestic product. Look, the education is upside down. If I have my way, we will just stop university education for 20 years. If I have my way. We keep saying, when you know, do what you know. Then when you know better, do better. We must do better. We know moi should be in leaf. Why have we not developed that leaf into packaging for other food? Why is it only moi? And it's people that build industry, not government. And like I said before, don't tell me enabling environment. That word, that phrase is for politicians. I'm not a politician, I'm an industry person. So just to conclude, for those who want to, is there any other question I should attend to? Hello, moderator. Yes, Azuka, I think there is Obiora Odugu who has been raising his hands, waiting for you to conclude. Obiora, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
happy to be among the makers and industrialists today. So what I wanted to contribute is not actually a question. I wanted to chip something in on the old discussion. And what I wanted to say is that I noticed a lack of collaboration on the part of Nigerians.
Hello, Prince, are you there? Are we there?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we
can hear you.
we can hear you.
Yes.
Chinedu, yes, we can hear you. You can hold on, Chinedu.
Okay, so what I was
Go
saying
ahead,
that I
Obiora.
noticed in a lack of collaboration in Nigeria. So when we are talking about the textile industry, about the women that are actually moving these things, they need for people to collaborate together to make these things in large scale. And then one thing with Nigeria is that I want to do it myself. It's something that is mine. There is no collaboration. One reason we don't make cars is because somebody wants to produce all the parts. No one wants to do the tire. Nobody wants to do inspections. So there's a lack of collaboration on the part of Nigeria, and the agile methodology that everybody should come together and try to make something. It is something that is actually lacking. Everybody wants to claim knowledge. So this is what I want to actually do together. We need to collaborate. We need to come together, do things together, and as Mr. Zuka said, focus on the user. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obiora. And I think this is consistent with what Mazuka has been saying, even though it might be sounding very vague. He has been saying that we don't have an industry. An industry is a collection of firms. That's what an industry is. Industrial activities are the activities of those firms. So what he has been saying is that collaboration. Is there somebody in Ogun State who has been doing Adire 5 per month? Why not create the machines or the device or the technology to make them do it like 5 per day? Are there people in Aba who are making shoes, very solid shoes? You understand? You know them. What is the essence of importing Louis Vuitton or shoes from Italy? When Italy is going to China to brand Louis Vuitton and come back, or when Italy is coming to Aba area to brand Louis Vuitton. So what Azuka is saying is that why can't somebody even though you are not producing, why not be part of that industry? Being part of industry is that you can be a salesperson, you can be the person selling that brand. You are part of the shoe making industry. You are part of the cloth making industry. You are part of the button, even is cloth button making industry. And that I think is what Azuka is saying. And that's what I think, Obiora, you have added to what you call a collaboration. So why are firms in the industry not collaborating so that the crafts in every industry also can be transformed to the GDP? I don't know if
Collins, can I say something?
Azuka.
Collins, can I say something?
Yeah.
Yes. Obiora talked about collaboration. Very apt, very correct. Let me put it in another way, because here we are technological people. We need technological ecosystems. We need technological ecosystem. So ABBA needs a tech ecosystem around it. Newe already doing what they are doing needs a tech ecosystem around it. And what is a tech ecosystem? There will be steel fabrication. There will be plastic for whatever parts, the buttons you talked about. There will be all of these things we're doing. We are technological people. The government is not technological. I repeat it. They know nothing about it. That tech ecosystem will come from us who already have been educated in that way. We just need to change our mindset. The mindset is the biggest thing fighting the 500,000 people that graduate from university every year. Collins, we had a discussion, and I'm going to say what you said. When we got to this stage of the discussion, you said that you think it's a sense of entitlement. You said so, I didn't say so. I don't know if that is true, but I'm putting it on the table, everybody. What is it about the graduate who is above 18 years old and is liable for everything he does, saying he's expecting somebody else to enable his environment? So you describe it as an entitlement mentality. We need tech ecosystem. Graduates of what's that? Where is that coming from?
Azuka, are you in the factory?
I don't know where it is from. Are you?
Maybe
that was coming from Mutim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Azuka.
So I think that's what we need to all look at. The industry requires humility. Industry requires humility. Honestly, I totally take a different view about firms. Firms or no firms, industry is industry. Like I give examples of local industries that still exist. That's nothing to do with firms. So industry is industry. Industrial design is designed for industry. And we know that industry is in a community. And then design has a cultural part. So why are we not building our industry from our culture? Why are we thinking of industry that Oyibo must give us, Asia must give us? So like this slide says, the advanced world is 100 and 150 years ahead of us. We have to catch them in 10 to 15 years. We are all swallowing wearables, AI, virtual reality, things that we have no control over. In 15 years, if we are not doing something that they will come here to learn, to understand, if we're not doing those things, I don't want to say we are doomed, but we are heading down that road. So, ladies and gentlemen,
all right.
I think this is my last slide. We can discuss.
Thank you so much, Azuka. The last slide is saying that the advanced world is 100 to 150 years ahead of us. If we don't begin to catch them in 10 to 15 years, we are doomed. And with that, we say that Azuka has spoken to us. We have had this conversation in many ways than none. Besides the most important tip series which we are having today, we have all had this conversation one way or the other, in either in our conversation out of anger with the government, out of frustration with what is happening to us after we came out of school, out of frustration for how much we think we should have been instead of being what we are today. But this topic is telling us that we can actually throw out everything we are, come down to the ground and begin to pick up from the craft that we understand and take them into whatever industry that we want to create or the industry that exists that we can. If I want to use the word of engineer or professor Ndubisi Ekekwe, the word he uses will be construct. You understand? So we need to like look at the construct, and he always talk about construct and friction, and that is actually what the crafts, you understand, are out to solve, you understand. And when they build a critical mass of solution, they create an industry, you understand, that will create a GDP for nations. So at this point, I would hand over to the moderators, Chinedu Eze and Moses Inheje too, and if there are any questions, we take over from here to do that.
Collins, before you hand over, can I say something?
Oh, I can see a chat now saying that we need part 2 of this.
Yeah, Collins. Good evening, guys.
Go ahead, Rex. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in fact, this part 2 thing is part of what I was going to talk about. I think that one, we need to maybe look at the structure of this event and make sure that if we need to break them into parts, we break them into parts so that we don't pack everything into one session and therefore not do justice to it. Like, I don't think we are doing justice to this. And we have spent 2 hours plus. I logged on to this by 4 p.m. or a few minutes before 4. I also think we shouldn't let that continue. We need to have 1 hour, 30 minutes max, and have focus. So I think we need to look at the structure. If like a topic like this may run up to 3, 4, 5 parts, then we look at that and do that. That's one. In terms of the discussion itself, I don't want to, push the time further, but I think that the area of collaboration, what they call the grazing field, industrial grazing field or ecosystems, is something that we need to look at. And in doing that, it means that people need to come together. If you look at us now as FUTO, we've started with the hub, right? Yeah. We then need to think further that what other things can we do? Can we go and study what's happening in Newi or Aba? And so, okay, what can we bring to that grazing field? If people are building shoes, where are they getting their leather? Can we start processing leather for them? And also, it requires work, it requires thoughtfulness and commitment and input for nation development. In as much as also we say we don't have a government, every business needs to be aware because government can wipe your value in one day. So we need to come together, think, and see what things we can do, to commercialize some of these crafts, to do design and then commercialize them. I think that's something each of us should be thinking about. And that, Collins, maybe you can help us put together that we need to drive. Let's start action. Let's start doing stuff. So that's it from me. And I want to thank Azuka as well and everybody for contributing. We have the likes of Sir Andy who can give us, a lot of insight because he's been in this thing for a long time. So let's have other sessions, Collins.
Thank you so much, Rex. And what you have just said is consistent with what Sandukwe said at the TMIT 4.0. In fact, Sandukwe gave a mandate that the conversation around the 20 million funds, which will be used to fund ideas from those who will challenge for it through the high hub, that we should begin to develop the structure for this, so that and this is consistent with developing a structure that will fund craft and ideas into industry. Thank you so much, Rex. When you see industry experts talking, you see that there is a bit of consistency in the way they think, and that is why you will see some kind of success in the way they drive their activities. They think alike. Thank you so much, Rex. Austin Duro has been raising his hand. Austin, can you unmute yourself, please, and say something?
Thank you, Collins. Thank you, team, for organizing this. I've been off and on. I tried coming in earlier, but I got knocked off by network, and I came back towards the end. I'm happy to see us thinking in the line of building concepts or moving from concepts to the real work. Sometimes it's called, the real sector. Yeah. So industry, producing things, and I totally align with what Rex just mentioned, identifying opportunities and catching on to it, creating jobs for footwights, and young alumni that are coming, because they will always look towards the alumni and they will look towards the older guys to offer them opportunities. And so the more we tap into opportunities that exist, the better for us. So we become relevant to younger folks who are coming out of school with that, in quotes, entitlement syndrome that has been mentioned also. And indeed, they are right to be entitled, because they expect that when they leave school, they should get a job. But these days, nobody, maybe during the time of Rex and ND, companies used to come to the university to interview people so they get a job before they leave. But from somewhere around 2000 till somewhere around now, or last 3 years, nobody was doing that. Nobody comes to headhunt in universities anymore. So that's why graduates feel bad that they come out from school, they don't get anybody interviewing them. At the end of the day, a bright student have to go walk in the streets. So we need to create opportunities for them. This is very important for us to make ourselves, as in the alumni, relevant to younger folks who are coming out of school. We must think out of the box, and we must identify those small, what we call small industries, but they're actually big because they serve a very large market. Yeah, but in this thing, they are small because most of them that operate are like SMEs. But when you pull them together, you have a very large economy. We have to look in that direction. And we have to be serious on local content. I'm a promoter of local content, which means producing things here. I am not in support of importation. In fact, I discourage importation. So I'm aligned to the government plan to produce locally. And I tell people, we have to create our own standard. Yes, Aba made, as Rex have mentioned, Aba made might not be the standard of Italian made, but we have to start from there and then improve gradually. So we have to look at, wow, how can we start? Where can we start from? We may not be able to leapfrog to meet the advanced countries where they are, because buying technology from them over here costs a lot. Nobody will want to relinquish their technology to you. So you have to start from where you can and then grow. And this is something that we as, well, no, we are not engineers, sorry, but there are a lot of engineers too in this future alumni. So this is something that, you know, those of us in the technical and engineering field have to look at, how to build products here. Build products, even if they are basic, they may appear basic, but we have to start it and then improve on it and improve until we get to the standard of what is called copy 1, made for the US market. After all, China makes copy 10 for Africa. So we can start from that copy 10 and then build up to copy 1, maybe over the next 10, 15 years, like you know, our presenter has said. And always we must look at the SDG goals. We must look at the SDG goals. 2030 has been set. How well is Nigeria doing? Very poorly. How can alumni and organizations, you know, come together to get going? It is left to us. We are the ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin. Thank you very much. You have said it all. Chinedu Eze and Moses, you can take over from here. Hello, Chinedu Eze and Moses, we should be rounding off by now. Please take over. Chinedu. Okay, while we wait for, I don't know, the network has been a problem for us today, but if we need to round up. This is 6:30, 2 hours 30 minutes, which is not intended. The maximum we expected was 1.5 hours to 1.5 hours to 2 hours, and so we have to come to the close of this. We thank Azuka Ejike. Azuka, we need to begin to have a conversation, and people are asking for the part 2 of this. So we will discuss that. I think the part 2 of this will now electricity of craft to industry. So we will need to move into that quickly and talk about that. We have also said that Rex Mapiana is going to take us on how to survive hackers, how to survive in this period that everyone is going online. Organizations have to go online to be able to have a bit of transparency and fluidity in their operation. But while that is happening, some people are at the side waiting, you understand, to see that they take hold of your hard work. They divert your hard work into a revenue or economy for themselves. But people like Rex and his organization, FPG Technologies, have been supporting a lot of big organizations, including Zenith Bank and other big banks, you understand, against some of these guys. And that is why when you look at the promotion page or advert page of FPG, you will see a leopard. So that's why we call it the Amotekun of online world. That is what FPG is. So FPG is going to be teaching us how to also have one of the child or children Amotekuns of our online activities very soon. But I think the popular opinion now is that Azuka is going to take us on the part 2 of the craft to industry, and is going to concentrate on the specificity of it. So I want to thank everyone for making it, taking this opportunity to to make this event and also the patience around it. We're so sorry that the network has been very, very bad. It's one of the things that we suffer, and it's one of the friction that we need to lubricate. It's one of the problems that we need to solve, and we will continue to make effort to solve it and make Nigeria great again. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the time that you have taken. Thank you for the efforts that takes for TMIT Series 6, and this is going to be part 2 of craft to industry. Thank you so much, and good night, everyone.
Good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Good night.
So good night, everyone. We want to thank our sponsors. We want to thank Soulmate Industries, thank Urban Foods. We want to thank Dr. Ami's support. All these have been the enablers of the Innovation Hub, and they have been pushing for the hub to send them a report on how the 20 million that they want to put forward will be utilized by members. So come up with your ideas. Think of what you can do to change the world, and pass the information Innovation Hub and the common challenge for funds that you use to move from craft to industry. So go back, think of what to do, ideas.
How are you? Your heater is working? Yeah, is your heater working? 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. And here is the code. Problem. Is that what they told you guys? Is that what the Bulgarian said? And he said from 8 to 12. And there is no duvet in this room. Duvet. Like the blankets, kind of. Then I have to go get my information about the time. But it's possible to pick mine from Barisi, right? That's serious. Man, this place is messed up. This is mess. This is mess. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's not even about changing it. It's about this code that is happening here without a blanket. Is bad. A blanket, right? Okay. Go back. Cool paper. Okay. Man, here is too cold. Oh. Okay. You, what's your room number again?